All right, everyone, we do have to cut into our newscast right now because we just received word of a tornado warning. This is for northeastern Burnett County, and this is going to be until 4:45 in the afternoon here. And this is for Burnett County. This is just off to the northeast of Highway 183. It's a very slow moving rotation. It's headed toward the Ocala area, and it's just off to the north and west of Briggs as well. So if you're north and east of 183 in northeastern Burnett County, then you are under this tornado warning. We're going to take a look at the rotation on this storm, and it looks pretty tight. Well, not really that tight. It does actually look a bit broad in terms of rotation right now, but I really like how the National Weather Service office in New Braunfels, they're not really taking any real chances with this. There's that rotation couplet right here, just off to the north and west of Ocala, and it's moving at a pretty slow pace. So if you're in the Ocala area, you want to make sure you are in your safe place right now. Make sure that you are in an interior room away from windows and making sure that you have multiple walls between you and the outside world as possible. You want to also make sure that you have your shoes on when you go into that interior room. Maybe have a bicycle helmet, maybe have any type of helmet that you may have, and make sure you do what you can to protect your head, because we do have a little bit of rotation right there with this storm just off to the north and west of Ocala. So again, we have a tornado warning that is in effect, and I'm going to edit this a little bit because it's showing the tornado warning for Bell and Lampasas counties. Those are not in our viewing area. And we are going to show Burnett County here, and that storm slowly spinning just south of 190, just south and west of Copperas Cove, which is right in far southern Coryell County, which is not necessarily in the KVU area. But again, it's looking like it's starting to take a bit of a due south turn per se, as opposed to a, say, southeast turn towards Ocala. So we're going to continue to watch this closely, especially headed toward the Briggs area. And again, we're going to look at that severe warning storm that we were talking about a little bit earlier as well. It looks like the hail core here is starting to weaken just off to the north and east of Tahoe. That is in Llano County. And yes, it did weaken. It briefly had a very strong hail core near the Tahoe area that is just off to the west of there. But as it made a move off to the north and east, the hail size really has started to diminish just a little bit. So let's take a look at a wider view of the KV viewing area, because that's where all the action is right now. We have that tornado warning storm for northeastern Burnett County, but we've also got that severe warning storm for northeastern Llano and northwestern Burnett County. And those are the only areas seeing severe warning storms right now, but we also have one for eastern sections of Milam County. And most of that is going to be making its way out of the KV viewing area. So this just goes to show you that we're going to have a pretty interesting afternoon across Central Texas. So keep it here to KView for the latest. And as we take a look at that tornado warning storm once again, we are tracking that tornado warning storm. This is until 4:45 for Burnett County, northeastern Burnett County. It looks like we're going to get a new scan here. Let's see if we can get a good look at this particular scan right there near Ocala. Looks like we got some good rotation associated with it again. Looks like some good wind speeds associated with it near Ocala. Again, it's just off to the north and west of there. This is the area of rotation that we're going to watch very, very closely. It still looks broad. It doesn't really look all of that convincing right now, but again, we're not really taking any chances, and neither was the National Weather Service office, and they are going to continue to watch this very, very closely. And Hunter Williams, our chief meteorologist, he's also here. If you're ready to go, if you would like to say a few words about this as well, you can go jump on in.
Sure thing. So we can leave Max one up, and Jordan, you can step off the wall. We're going to do a little bit of a graphic reshuffling real quick. So as Jordan was saying, this is the rotation that we are tracking. This has moved into far northern Burnett County. This is radar indicated, so we don't have confirmation, but this is a storm that went up north of our area in the general vicinity of Killeen. It produced some really destructive hail, and then the rotation started to pick up a little bit, and it started to drift back down to the south. So this is going to be the cell that we're watching for that possible tornado. The Briggs area is probably the biggest location that we want you to be aware of right now. And Jordan, you can head over here to Max 2, and then I'll come over here to the wall. We apologize behind the scenes. We're going through some computer and microphone shuffling for everybody. But again, the main thing we want everybody to be aware of is this tornado-warned storm. This is where the broad circulation is located. This has been up in the Lampasas area, drifting down to the south, now into far northern Burnett County. So as Jordan was saying, I want to make sure everybody is taking their tornado precautions with this storm. That is inside, away from windows, put as many walls between the outside and yourself as possible. Hey, let's go over to, in the back, let's go to Jordan on Max 2 real quick. Jordan, are you set up over there?
Yeah, we're setting things up right now. Everything's loading up. But again, as Hunter was saying, make sure you're taking all your necessary tornado precautions, especially if you're in the Ocala area. We're going to look at velocity, and the National Weather Service is saying it's starting to drift a little bit more to the southwest as opposed to southeast. So I'm looking very closely at the 183, that Highway 183 corridor to see where that rotation is right now. And I am looking at the tornado wind speeds, and it's starting to take a little bit of a drift to more of the south-southwest as opposed to due south or southeast near Ocala. So I would still take cover if I'm in the Ocala area. And we're gonna look and see if we get some speed on this so that we can get you a nice little track. It looks like we are seeing this move southeast at 10 miles an hour. So this is a pretty slow moving system, if you ask me. That's 10 miles an hour. That's pretty slow for a tropical system. But as we take a look at the timing of it, based on a southeasterly track, even though, again, it's looking more so due south to a southwesterly track, we're looking at Briggs not until 5:09. So this is going to be potentially a slightly longer duration event than maybe most tornado warnings, because this is a pretty slow moving system. But again, this is not something that you should take lightly. It's radar indicated, it's not confirmed. I do want to mention that, and that's very important. But at the same time, we do have that broad area of rotation, and you want to make sure all of your necessary tornado precautions are taken. We also had that hail core that was in northeastern Llano County. That's pretty much weakened. And Hunter, I think you have some more information.
Yeah, so just want to give everybody kind of a big picture idea of what is going on right now. There are no storms at all in the Austin area. Okay, so we have the new severe storm over Milan County. We'll keep an eye on that. We have existing severe storms over Burnett County, but as of now, just one tornado warning, and that is for the storm which is now in the process of crossing into northern Burnett County. So let's zoom in on this, and we'll show you where this rotation is coming in. As we mentioned, and as Jordan was discussing, this was a storm. We've been keeping an eye on this one for about a half hour. This is up north of our area, and you can see it here on the reflectivity. This is exactly where the rotation is, drifting down towards the south. So Briggs, that is the biggest location that we want to make sure is sheltered right now. Let me show you the velocity right now, and this will give you an idea of where the rotation is. And look, I would say that is tightening rotation. So this is a radar indicated storm, right? We don't have any spotters down that have seen this thing, but looks like it is starting to tighten up a little bit. So again, let's continue here to take our tornado precautions. I want to zoom in closer and show you some of like the street level data. Now, fortunately, this is in a relatively rural part of far northern Burnett County, so we don't have anything that's immediately in the path of this right now. But Ocala is going to be the next spot. Again, as we look at this, this is where the storm is rotating, right? So we've got greens going towards the radar, reds going away. This is the couplet where the storm is trying to rotate. Another way that we can visualize this is to go into the shear tracker. And this kind of tells the story. So we're picking up now on mainly low end shear, but when you start to get into that darker yellow, that's where the rotation starts to ramp up a little bit. So this will be a good visualization for us. Let's back it out, and I'll show you where this is. So Ocala, you're directly in the path of this. Make sure that you are taking your tornado precautions right now in Ocala. And then otherwise, down the line, you've got a little bit of time, but make sure you start to take those tornado precautions in the Briggs area right now. This is completely confined to northern Burnett County at the moment. Again, we are just kind of getting started. These storms have just gone up here over the past little while. It looks like there was a new severe thunderstorm warning for the Killeen area. So these storms are just getting started, but I think we're going to have a number of warnings, not necessarily all tornado warnings, but we're going to have a number of warnings across our area. So that's the tornado risk. Again, we want to make sure, first and foremost, everybody's taking those tornado precautions. But I also want to show you what's going on with the hail in this storm. So let's switch over to the hail tracker. And this is going to show you this big hail core. The bulk of the hail right now is still just north of Burnett County, but it's going to be impacting these same areas. So Ocala and Briggs, this is going to be impacting you. We just told you, hopefully you're inside due to the tornado threat, but if you know anybody, I know we're getting into the time folks get off of work, just make sure everybody's aware of this storm. Hopefully folks knew about today. It's a level 2 risk. We've had a severe thunderstorm watch that has been issued. We've done a weather impact alert here with our KVU team. So I think we're gonna have a number of these storms, not necessarily all tornado warned, but a lot of hail producing storms I think that we'll be tracking. So there's the hail core. This could be, I would say, upwards of $half size. And then the tornado threat, which obviously we're tracking. The good news here with this Llano and Burnett storm is the hail potential looks like it's gone down a little bit there. Still, it's a strong storm, but the hail potential there is going down. Jordan, I know checking in with the National Weather Service. What are you seeing over there?
Yes, we do have a report from Copperas Cove, which is actually outside of the KV viewing area, and it just goes to show you that hail core that Hunter was just talking about. They've measured 2.5-inch hail in Copperas Cove. That's getting close to tennis ball size hail. That's similar in size to the hail that was recorded near Taylor High School last night. So we're seeing already very similar hail sizes earlier on in this event. And remember, we've got a whole evening and overnight to contend with before we can officially call an all clear. But again, we've been tracking this hail being the main threat throughout the course of the day today. And we're starting to see that, even though it is just north of the KV viewing area right now, as Hunter mentioned, with that southerly track of that storm, I wouldn't be surprised if hail in similar sizes would start to leak into portions of Burnett, maybe even sections of Williamson County as well. However, eventually, as we head into later on in the evening, that could be more of our KV viewing area. And remember, we do have that severe thunderstorm watch for much of the KV viewing area until 9 tonight.
Yeah, we can come back over here to the wall. We just got a note from the National Weather Service. They are saying low-level rotation becoming a bit stronger. And here's a brand new update. So this is now a confirmed tornado on the ground. So let's come back over here to Max 1. There we go. Just got an update from the National Weather Service. Confirmed tornado on the ground now in northeast Burnett County that is confirmed from a spotter. So we saw this velocity couplet tightening up, again, on approach to Ocala. This is now confirmed to be on the ground. This is definitely looking like a healthier signature where we have this strong rotation. You're probably going to see in our shear product here where the shear rate is going to be coming up on this storm also. So let's switch over to that product and we'll show you that. So here's the shear tracker. And again, this I think does a really good job of showing you where the possible or now confirmed tornado is. It is right here, just has crossed over into far northern Burnett County, and this is heading towards the Ocala area. So this is where the now confirmed tornado is. We'll switch over to the warning data, and what you're going to see here in a moment, and this is a relatively new thing that the National Weather Service is doing, this polygon is likely going to turn purple, and that is an indication that this is now a confirmed tornado rather than just radar indicated. So we came on the air a couple minutes ago. This was a possible tornado. This is now a confirmed tornado that we know is on the ground. There are spotters that are out here assisting the National Weather Service, and they just told us they got some info from those spotters. This is a confirmed tornado, which is now on the ground. So Ocala and Briggs, so there it is. There's the new polygon. It's turned purple. Again, this is a new thing that we're doing here. This shows you a confirmed tornado now on the ground. So this is not a matter of, hey, maybe something might be down. Let's treat this thing like it is on the ground because we now have confirmed reports of it. And what you're also seeing from this polygon, so it's more of a due south motion. Let me read the latest from this, what they're saying for the speed, and then we'll try to put a storm track on this. So here's what they're saying. A confirmed tornado was located near the Kempner area, or 8 miles southwest of Copperas Cove, moving south at 10. So moving south at just a crawl. Hazard damaging tornado and golf ball size hail. This was confirmed now by a spotter. So it's moving south at about 10 miles per hour. Let's do a track on that. We'll go back to our velocity product. All right, so that's where the rotation is, moving south at about 10. So this is going to be an approximation, obviously. but this will give us an idea. We'll draw it about like this. So going down south at 10, we'll do it just moving at a crawl. And these are some of the areas. Well, fortunately, this is in a relatively rural spot right now, so it is actually not picking up on any zones that are in the path of this. But I think the 183 corridor here, so Ocala, Briggs, 183 corridor in Burnett County. These are the landmarks that we can give you as this is slowly moving down to the south. The shear product, this typically lags behind by about 2 minutes. Oh, but look at that. Okay, so you can see it intensifying. Again, I think this product is a great way to visualize where these storms are producing rotation. And the reflectivity also looks more and more impressive. So you can see this is where I'll draw it on the screen for you so you can visualize this. We've got this little inflow notch. So we've got air coming into the storm right here near Ocala. And then wrapping around to the backside, we've got the rotation, which is forming there. And then right where those winds come together, that's where the shear product is becoming more and more pronounced. So we've added another ring, a darker level of yellow. Again, this is in a relatively rural spot right now, but we do have some county roads we want to point out here. County Road 223, the rotation is right over you right now. Got to look a little bit closer at the screen. County Road 223A, Bluffview Road, any of these spots over far northern Burnett County, you have rotation. This is now a confirmed tornado on the ground, reported by a spotter. Just got a new update. So Jason Runyon from the National Weather Service is saying spotters continue to confirm tornado is still on the ground. This is as of 1 minute ago. Confirmed tornado still on the ground, but is becoming rain wrapped. Now, look, we would never tell anybody to go out and try to see a tornado anyways, but we'll just reiterate that point for you today. You are not going to be able to see this. It is now a rain-wrapped tornado, but all indications are that this, again, is still on the ground. So this is going down south at 10. We'll see if we can get a few more landmarks this time. Again, it's just not pulling up on anything, but it looks like this is going to come down just on the west side of Ocala. Again, if you are in Ocala, I still want you in your tornado safe place right now. Interior room, put as many walls between the outside and yourself as possible. But it looks like the rotation is going to come down on the west side of town. Then it's going to come down to the west side of Briggs, and it is going to cross over on this path, the 183 corridor. As I mentioned, 4:30 right now, coming up on 5 o'clock. Folks are getting off of work. Maybe they haven't been paying attention to the weather. If you, your loved one, if you know somebody who's going to be traveling 183, call them, give them a heads up, let them know there's a confirmed tornado. Again, that's what this purple polygon is for. This is not radar indicated anymore. This is a confirmed tornado. I want to give you the latest on this warning. There it is. Confirmed tornado. This warning includes mainly Burnett County, but it does go, so they've included a sliver of Williamson just to account for a little bit of the uncertainty with the exact direction. Honestly, looking at this thing right now, it is basically stationary. I mean, this thing is barely moving, which is why we continue to call out the same town names. But this thing is really spun up, so it is producing a confirmed tornado. Ocala, Briggs, and then let's just be safe and continue to watch this in the Williamson County area. So that is the deal with our Burnett County storm. We want to give you just kind of the big picture. Again, if you are joining us, we are in wall-to-wall weather coverage because we have a confirmed tornado warning right now. Let me turn this off for you so you can see the bigger picture. We have a number of other storms, and I do think it's going to get busier as we go through the rest of this afternoon and into this evening. We have a severe thunderstorm warning, mainly a hail threat here, which is clipping parts of far eastern Milam County. And then most of the action right now has been across the hill country. So as we go and pan north, you can see this was the original warning we had. It was a hail producer at around Lake Buchanan in the northern Llano, northern Burnett County area. Then this cell went up to our north, and what happened, we call this a cell split. So the cells split apart, and one of them went north. That's the one that went north. One went down south, close to us, and that is the one that is producing rotation, and that's the one that is producing still a confirmed tornado. Again, at first, this was radar indicated. National Weather Service, they have spotters on the ground, and they are confirming now that this is a tornado on the ground. So let's go back into our velocity product, and we'll zoom in on this. And then now that the storm report has come in, we can probably show you the icon of where they saw this exactly. They've got the movement south at 10. This thing is barely moving, but this is the couplet. I mean, that is tight as can be right there. So that is where the storm is. We'll switch over to our drawing product here, and I'll draw that on the screen for you, where this is the rotation. So still this thing is, the closest town this thing is to is Ocala. Continue your tornado precautions. The movement of this, it's just kind of erratic movement. It's stationary, then it will dive south a little bit, then it will go more south to east. So just out of respect for this storm in Ocala, continue to take your tornado precautions. Here's another report. So the Burnett County Office of Emergency Management, they are saying report of a vehicle blown off the road, the 6,000 block of County Road 223. So that is exactly what we want to avoid here, and this is why we tell folks when there's a tornado threat, pull over, get off the roadways. It appears this is preliminary, so we'll work to get more information to that, but a possible vehicle blown off the road there over far northern Burnett County. There's also a chaser who is still watching this, and it is still showing confirmed tornado on the ground. That is as of 1 minute ago. So based on what I'm seeing here, I have every reason to believe that this is still on the ground. Let's go back to the shear product. And anytime you start to, so when you get that light yellow, that's like light rotation. Anytime you get into these darker yellows, and especially these oranges, that is a good indication that this thing is rotating. So here are the roads where it's over right now. Panther Creek Road, it is over you, and then this is County Road 223, and it's barely moving. They've got the speed listed south at 10 miles per hour, but this thing is basically stationary. So let's stay hunkered down here over northern Burnett County. As we always say, during situations like this, get indoors, obviously. Interior room, if that's a closet, if it's a bathroom, get there. If you have a bicycle helmet or something that you can put on your kid's head, just to be safe. I know it seems silly, but hey, it's better to be safe than sorry in these situations. Make sure you are taking your tornado precautions. This is not a question of, hey, it looks like something might be on the ground. This is on the ground. We've got a chaser who is on this. They're live streaming. The National Weather Service is following along. So this is a confirmed tornado which is on the ground over parts of northern Burnett County, generally in the vicinity of the Ocala area. And that is why we are in wall-to-wall weather coverage for you. We'll back this out. Again, only tornado warned storm right now, but it's certainly one that we need to follow closely. This purple polygon, this is kind of a new thing that we're doing. This refers to a confirmed tornado. Now, your phone, if you live in Florence or in far northwestern Williamson County, your phone is probably going off. Out of an abundance of caution with this storm, it's still a ways away from you in Williamson County, but they have extended the confirmed tornado warning into Williamson County just in case this thing goes more southeast rather than more south. So just continue to monitor this closely if you live in northern Williamson County, but the storm itself is just barely here on the far northern areas of Burnett County, just on the west side of Ocala. Again, we have reports now from chasers where this is on the ground. They are still watching a tight couplet. They're saying motion now southeast. So that's what I mentioned. This thing has been moving basically slowly and stationary, but now it looks like this might take a little bit of a jog to the southeast, and that means in Ocala, you're still very much in the mix for this storm, especially on the west side of town. Here's the velocity. Again, you can see that is still certainly a tornado signature. It is a tight couplet there. FM 2657, that is another road where we want to make sure you're sheltered. FM 963, this is where the rotation is located. This is it. That is our couplet. That's where we've been watching the shear tracker. Look, another thing we can do, we can check in on the debris, and I'll tell you what, it looks like we might have a little bit of a lowering there. I'm going to loop this, and we'll loop it slowly. So the product that we're looking at right now, this is what we call the correlation coefficient. And what this does is it's the radar, so this is scanning up in the sky. If we have a bunch of raindrops, all those things the same to the radar. Same shape, same size, it all correlates. If you have different stuff up there, so maybe debris, twigs, plywood, stuff like that, that's different. The radar can identify those shapes are different, and yet to me this looks like this could be maybe the beginning of a CC drop. So this could be possible debris in here. Again, this would generally coincide with where the shear tracker is picking up on it. So let's correlate. Watch that part of your screen. Now as we go over here to the shear tracker, it's possible. That could be lofted debris in the air. So that is a telltale sign. As a meteorologist, obviously we've got chasers on the ground, so we know that this is on the ground. But even if we didn't have that visualization, there's only one way for debris to get lofted more than 10,000 feet in the sky, 1,000 feet up in the sky. And that's for a rotating updraft or tornado to carry it up that way. So again, all indications of this tornado is still on the ground. just on the northwest side of Ocala over far northwestern Burnett County. The greatest shear right now is over County Road 224E. This is County Road 223. This is Taylor Lane. In this storm, it is slowly moving. It's probably south-southeast is the motion right now, but only at like 5 to 10 miles per hour. It's been basically stationary. We've seen preliminary reports from the National Weather Service that there may have been one car blown off the road from this tornado, which is still on the ground. And that's the type of thing that we are trying to avoid. So again, if you're watching us at home, you're doing the right thing. Just hunker down, stay inside, watch us on KV+, go to the if it's a closet, interior bathroom, whatever it is, turn us up on your phone. We'll keep you covered, and eventually the storm will weaken and we'll be all right, and we can go on about our day. But we are trying to avoid folks driving out here. It's a busy part of the day. People are getting off of work. Just make sure you call them, text them, whatever you need to do. Make sure folks are aware of this because this is still a confirmed tornado, which is on the ground. Okay, so I'm hearing we've got some viewer video. Let's take a look at that. So we'll see, again, this is Burnett County where this storm is taking place. So there is, this is a ways away, and that is Matthew Capucci, who's one of the spotters there who is keeping an eye on that. He said tornado imminent. Again, he presumably is the chaser who is on this. We now know that the storm has touched down. So that's the structure of the storm. You can see it's a supercell storm. It's out there by itself, and from this vantage point, it's hard to tell if the tornado was on the ground at that point, but you can see the wall cloud, you can see the lowering, and that is the storm. We have additional chaser video, which has shown us that this thing has touched down. I'm getting a new update to our shear tracker now, and the shear continues to be pretty prominent over County Road 223 and Taylor Lane, just on the west side of Ocala. Again, I keep saying the same roads and the same places over and over again. It's because this storm is not moving. You can see there on that video, I apologize, I was looking at the radar screen. You can see there on that video where that lowering and possible tornado has come down, and there's our system picking up on that rotation. So that is the situation. Again, for anybody in any other part of our viewing area, I want to keep you guys updated as well. This is the only tornado warning that we have. There's a storm over here in Milam County. That one is producing hail, but it's in the process of moving out. There is no stormy weather at all in Austin right now, no stormy weather in Round Rock, nothing in Georgetown right now. But as soon as you go to the northern hill country, that is where things have been much more active. And obviously this is a hail-producing storm that we've been tracking also. So let me scroll over here. Again, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning for hail over northern parts of northwestern Burnett County out on the north edge of Lake Buchanan. And then it is the tornado-warned storm that we've been watching north of Ocala. So here's some new updates from the National Weather Service. They were saying for a period, it looked like the tornado lifted. It's touched back down now. That is according to some of the fire staff there in Burnett County. So, hey, we never want a tornado to happen, but it's great that we've got live on the ground reports of this confirmed tornado. Looks like they're updating the warning situation. So let's go back in and we'll show you what's going on with the warning. And you can see where it was seen. Okay, so they have updated. This is now not just a confirmed tornado, this is a considerable tornado. So we're going through the levels of tornado warnings. First is a base tornado warning. A tornado is imminent but possible, not confirmed. Then you go up to a confirmed tornado. Someone's seen it, it's on the ground. Now we're up to the next stage, and that is a considerable tornado on the ground. So this could be a significant, damaging tornado. And this is just on the west side of Ocala. So I continue to stress this. This is an urgent situation. If you live in Ocala, you need to be sheltered now. You can see where the tornado was originally spotted. It was just on the Burnett County line. It's drifted down to the south into northern Burnett County. This is now a confirmed considerable tornado, which is on the ground in the vicinity of Ocala. So they are expanding that warning. And again, this goes down to the Briggs area, so it's moving slowly, but there's no indication that this is lifting right now. So if you live in Briggs, let's take your tornado precautions there as well. I want to read you the latest information on this warning. They say a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near the Kempner area, or 8 miles southwest of Copperas Cove, moving southeast at 10. This is a particularly dangerous situation, and you need to take cover now. This is from the National Weather Service. Hazard, damaging tornado. This is a life-threatening situation in these areas. We've got a confirmed large and dangerous situation, large and dangerous tornado, which is on the ground heading towards Ocala right now. So just stay hunkered down with us. We need you to take your tornado precautions right now. Again, guys, last thing I want to do is scare anybody. I know we have tornado warnings, and maybe you've seen us up here and nothing ever happens. This is not one of those situations, okay? This is a confirmed tornado. It's a serious tornado, and it is on the ground. We have spotter proof of this, and it is in the Ocala area. So take your tornado precautions now. Stop what you're doing, go into an interior closet, an interior bathroom, and take shelter there. You can turn us up on KVU Plus on your phone, listen live. We'll continue to cover this for you, and once the tornado threat ends, we'll tell you. You can go on about the rest of your day. But for now, we need to treat this incredibly seriously. Again, I know it sounds a little bit silly, but if you have a bike helmet, baseball helmet, something like that where you can protect your head, protect your children's head, seems silly, but hey, better to be safe than sorry in a situation like this where you have a confirmed large and dangerous tornado which is on the ground. So let's go back in, and I want to go kind of street level here, and we'll see exactly where this is. Man, so there's the couplet. This is still... Again, this is a dangerous situation. Zoom in here, and we'll go street level. This is exactly where it's at. This is a textbook couplet. Again, the greens, that's wind going towards the radar, reds away. This is exactly where the rotation is, and this is the exact same spot where we've been watching our shear tracker product, and this has been nailing it. So right where you go from that lighter yellow into that darker yellow into the orange color, this is where this dangerous tornado is likely on the ground. So let's zoom in street level again, and we'll show you. Again, there's the reflectivity version of this, so we'll go back to shear, and then we'll zoom in, and we'll give you an idea of which streets this is over, and it's going to be these same streets. But again, guys, we just want to continue to warn folks, this is a large, potentially dangerous tornado, which is on the ground in these spots. Here's a closer look at these streets. Taylor Lane, County Road 223. This is exactly where the confirmed dangerous tornado is on County Road 223 and Taylor Lane. These areas on the west side of Ocala. So if you live in Ocala, FM 963, in the vicinity of FM 2657, all of these spots, this is where we want you to take your tornado precautions now. I've got another photo that I've been watching here in the National Weather Service chat. It is a rain-wrapped tornado, but it is still on the ground. So don't go out and try to look at this thing. Not worth it. Don't go out and try to find it. This is a confirmed, considerable tornado. I'm trying to think back, guys. Obviously, it wasn't a huge tornado season last year. You know, we're in a drought. We haven't had a ton of stormy weather. I think the last time that there was a confirmed tornado warning like this was probably the Round Rock tornado back in 2022, and I'm trying to think back. I don't know that that one had a considerable tag with it. Again, I'm not trying to say that to scare anybody, but I do want to give you the reality of the situation, and that's that there could be a strong, life-threatening tornado on the ground just on the northwest side of Ocala. So in that Taylor Lane area, take your tornado precautions now. This warning, it goes down towards Briggs. In fact, let's do that. Let's do a storm track. So let me get the latest speed. I believe this is still going at about 10 miles per hour. So moving southeast at 10. So let's go in and we'll do a storm track on this. And this will give us an indication of some of the areas that are in the path of this storm. So we'll go into our cone, and again, these are always approximate timings, but this will give you an idea. So this is moving southeast at about 10 miles per hour. I'm going to drag it down so that we are clipping. Here, we'll do about like that so that we do include the Briggs area. And for some reason, our cone is not pulling up some of the town names there. But Ocala into Briggs, anywhere where if you're in the path of that cone, make sure you are taking your tornado precautions right now. Seeing some new images that are coming in, and this is still a dangerous tornado on the ground. It's got that kind of stovepipe look to it. But this is a tornado that is on the ground and is likely producing damage over northern Burnett County in the general vicinity of the Briggs area. Let's go back to our debris product, and I'll turn off the debris signature there. Again, this is where we started to see some lofted debris. It looks like maybe that signature has gone away some, so that was it. This is where we started to see that little bit of a brighter color there. That is where debris was lofted into the sky. Again, guys, there's one way for that to happen. It's for a tornado to lift that debris up there. So that's where the debris originally was detected. Then follow that on your screen. So as that kind of tracks barely southeast, it's just not quite as robust of a signature, but we still have all indications that this thing is still down on the ground. Again, the shear product has done a really good job of showing us where this is. It is just on the west side of Ocala. It's over these same streets. This thing is not moving very fast, and it is impacting these areas. Continue your tornado precautions with a confirmed large potentially large but definitely dangerous tornado which is on the ground. This is a considerable tornado warning, not just your run-of-the-mill situation. One of the things we can do, and Jordan, I know you're watching over there on the side, so we have our sky cams. We don't have any sky cams that are close enough where we're going to be able to see this tornado, but even from Austin, we're probably able to see some towering storms off in the distance. So here, what I'm going to do is I'll pull up our sky cam situation here, and so that is our Oasis cam. Jordan, if you could go over there and put, let's go Kalahari cam, go 26 into router 1, and then we'll pan that back over to the northwest, and we'll see if we can get any sort of a visual on at least the structure of this storm. Again, we know that this thing is on the ground. We know that this is touchdown. It is still a confirmed tornado. Obviously, it is a tranquil scene right now in the Lake Travis area, but not the case as you go into parts of Burnett County where we have a dangerous situation in the Ocala area. In fact, here, we'll do this. I'll jump in and we'll put cam 26 here into 2. So here is 26. Yeah, it looks like it probably isn't going to be a great vantage point, Jordan, but you pan around over there and you let us know if you see anything. All right. No further updates from the National Weather Service right now other than to say it is still likely that this tornado is on the ground, and it looks like it's taken a little bit of that jog down to the southeast. So Ocala, as we've been telling you, this storm is moving into town right now. Make sure you are taking your tornado precautions immediately in the Ocala area. Now, here's a look at our severe thunderstorm watch. Again, just to give everybody an idea of what's going on, only one tornado warned storm right now, but I do think we're going to have additional storms, mainly a hail threat, but obviously a strong wind and a tornado threat too, that we'll continue to monitor. But for now, our focus is all on this storm, which has developed and is producing a considerable tornado warning in the vicinity of the Ocala area. New update from the Weather Service. They're saying it's a slow drift to the southeast, which is exactly what we were tracking. It's moving very slowly. I would say 10 miles per hour might be a little bit optimistic, but this jog to the southeast is taking it directly into the Ocala area. So let's go back in and we will inspect this and we'll go street level with where exactly this tornado warned storm is occurring. So here's our warning. This is just a little sliver here. They have high confidence that this is the zone where it's at, and this is the rotation area, which is very close to Ocala. This is the latest on the velocity scan, and that's the couplet right there. Again, just on the west side of Ocala, and this product has been doing great. The shear tracker showing us where the highest shear is. Again, this zone right here. And look, hopefully with these stationary tornadoes, look, these thunderstorms, they pulse up, they pulse down. We've been talking a lot about this with the hail risk. So at some point, especially if this storm is not moving, maybe it kind of spins its way through things and starts to weaken. I'm not saying that's happening right now, but at some point, hopefully this thing starts to pulse down a little bit. The shear tracker, if anything, maybe slightly down a little bit, as well as looking at the velocity signature. I don't say that to say this is not a serious situation. It still is, but we look for the way that these storms are trending. The debris tracker has also at times shown what looks like a little bit of a debris signature, also not seeing that right now. So look, hopefully we want this thing to spin down, but the rotation, this is coming in right here. You can see where back on the scans earlier, so that's where it came down. It was producing that big tornado vortex signature there, and now it is kind of wrapped up a little bit heading into the Ocala area. Sometimes what happens is these storms will occlude, so it will start to wrap in some rain-cooled air after a while, and that obviously can weaken the storm. So we'll watch and see which life cycle of the storm we end up being in. Again, the idea being this thing's not just going to spin out moving stationary forever. At some point it does have to weaken, but it still has a considerable tornado warning tag on this storm, and it is immediately in the Ocala area. Now, we've been talking obviously mainly about the tornado threat. I do want to give you a heads up. This is also a hail-producing storm. This is producing hail that could be $half size plus in the Ocala area. So that is a secondary threat. Everybody inside taking your tornado precautions. But in addition to the tornado threat, this is also a big hail-producing storm. And of course, these things are dropping rain. Hey, that's the part that we want. You can see this thing has dropped like 1 to 3 inches plus of rain up to the north in the Coppers Cove area. Meanwhile, we have been dealing primarily with the hail and now the tornado threat. One other way to visualize this, and I think this will do a good job of showing you how stationary this has been. I want to show you the shear tracks. So I've been showing you the shear rate, right, which is showing you where the instantaneous spin is in the storm. But we can go into the shear tracks, and so here's where it is right now. This is the history of the shear. All right, so let's back this out, and we're going to loop this backwards. So you can see, again, the rotation, it initially developed, so now we're back at 4 o'clock. You can see time on the top right. This thing started to ramp up as it crossed into northern Burnett County. Shear really ramped up on the northwest side of Ocala, and then it started now to drift down to the southeast, a little bit closer to town. Still, I think the strongest rotation at this very moment is just on the west side of town, but it is slowly drifting southeast. Okay, so here's another update. Chaser live stream indicating the tornado is weakening into a rope tornado. So that was about 2 minutes ago. And remember, we were talking about that occlusion process where the tornado wraps in rain-cooled air and it weakens. That's exactly what they're saying it looks like is happening here. So it's this tornado, it hasn't been moving, so it's not able to continually just wrap in that warm, moist air in the same way that it was when it initially developed. So as it's bringing in that cooler air, it's weakening. This is a new update from the Burnett County Office of Emergency Management. They are confirming that for now, again, this can change, but looks like the tornado has lifted, but we still need to continue to keep a really close eye on this. What we can do we still have that video from earlier? I do want to show viewers what this tornado looked like back, 20, 25 minutes ago when this was confirmed. So you guys let me know in the back if we have that video just to give folks a visual. I know when you look here at the radar and all the data, this doesn't make a lot of sense to everybody, but when you see a picture of a tornado, obviously that tells you what has been happening. This, at least at a time, was a confirmed tornado. So there it is. That is Matthew Capucci, who has been chasing this. You can see the structure of that storm. So it's got that lowering, the wall cloud. That's what it looked like off in the distance. That I believe we eventually are going to get into some closer video of this. Some of the images that I saw from chasers out there, it was showing more of a stovepipe tornado. Again, that is what prompted that considerable tornado warning. So, all right, so now we're zooming in a little bit. Again, it's hard to say which exact part of the life cycle of the storm we're looking at here, but you can see that lowering, reaching down, and then we know for a decent period of time the tornado was on the ground with chaser video of that. Now it appears the tornado is in the process of what we call occluding, so it's wrapping in that rain-cooled air. That weakens the storm. It doesn't mean it goes away completely, and it doesn't mean the tornado threat is over, but hopefully it means this thing trends down. I do not say this. I still want you to stay sheltered in Ocala. Okay, so now we're getting some new warnings. So let's do this. Let's back out, and I believe they're setting the stage. Here, there we go. So we'll back down. So Briggs, new severe thunderstorm warning for you, and then a severe thunderstorm warning that goes down to Florence with this storm. I'm going to back out the view just so you get a better idea of exactly what we're looking at here. So it looks like they're setting the stage for if, not saying this is happening now, but if this warning were to drop off, we're going to have an overlapping severe thunderstorm warning, which will cover these same areas. Here is the situation now. What the reflectivity looks like. Again, the rotation, and this is still a storm we need to take seriously. Still has the considerable tag with it. The rotation is very close to Ocala, and it's drifting slowly southeast. Even if the rotation weakens, this storm is not going to just disappear out of nowhere, so still this is going to be a big hail threat for these same areas. Into Briggs, into Ocala, this up in the Killeen area, this is a different television viewing area, so that's outside of our KVU area, but eventually working down towards Florence and a place like Gerald, a little down the line, might need to keep an eye on this. Even places like Leander and Liberty Hill, we'll see how far down to the southeast this storm is able to go. So that is the situation right now. Let's go back into the velocity. We've given you kind of the general overview, and I like the way this is trending. Again, I'm not trying to say don't take this seriously. That's not what I'm trying to say. But this is not the same tight couplet that we were tracking back about 10, 15 minutes ago when this produced a considerable tornado warning. So let's go in. Again, when we're looking at this, the reds, this is wind going away from the radar. So like this, we're looking from Granger. So this wind's going away. This wind is going towards. Earlier, we had a tight couplet where there was just no doubt about it. It was like classic tornado was on the ground. Now this is much more broad. This area of the storm, like this is still trying to rotate here. So this is still the zone that we want to watch here. This general vicinity here, 10 to 15 minutes ago, we were looking at this. The reds, this is wind going away from the radar. So like this, we're looking from Granger. So this wind's going away. This wind's going towards. Earlier, we had a tight couplet where there was just no doubt about it. It was like classic tornado was on the ground. Now this is much more broad. This area of the storm, like this is still trying to rotate here. So this general vicinity basically near Ocala and Briggs. There's still broad rotation here. And we've talked about this a ton. With hailstorms, they pulse up, they pulse down. And sometimes tornado-producing storms can do that, where they wrap up, they occlude, they bring in that rain-cooled air, it weakens, but that doesn't mean the storm can't reorganize. There's just tons and tons of instability today. This is one of those classic days we had the cap in place, right? That layer of warm air prevents the air from rapidly rising. But once you break through the cap, if you're able to access all that instability, you can get big storms like we have had today. So I don't think, hopefully we don't have additional tornado warnings, but I suspect we're going to at least have more hail-producing storms as we go through the rest of this afternoon and into this evening. But this is more broad, but still a situation we want to take seriously. So let's see what they're going to be doing on this warning. We should be coming up to the time frame. Okay, excellent news. So they have downgraded this. Let me back up view. And for folks in the back, what we can prepare to do, the tornado warning has been canceled or allowed to expire, so we can get out of wall-to-wall coverage. We'll be able to go into just our normal newscast, so you guys can work on that. Let me know when you guys are ready for that. This has been replaced with a severe thunderstorm warning, but the severe thunderstorm warning still has the considerable tag to it. So not your everyday severe thunderstorm warning. And by the way, there's a new severe thunderstorm warning for the Burnett area too. So this is our prior tornado warned storm heading down towards Briggs and heading down towards Florence. Considerable threat for large hail now, and we'll keep an eye on the rotation. Not producing a tornado right now, but it has a history of it, so keep an eye on that. And then this storm in the Burnett area, which is also producing considerable hail right now. So that's the situation. We've been paying so much attention to our tornado warned storm. I do want to give you an update in the Burnett area. Let's zoom in on this warning, and we'll see how this one is behaving. So there's the situation in Burnett. Let me read through. We'll zoom in so that we cancel out this other warning. We focus in on the right one. There we go. So they have added, okay, so that's still the other warning. This is the warning for Burnett. 5:45 p.m. This warning will continue for another 45 minutes. I do want to read you the hail size on this one. The hail core right now is right over the west side of Lake Buchanan. 60-mile-per-hour winds and half-dollar size hail are what they're tracking with that one. And then this one, so this is our prior tornado warned storm heading down towards Briggs. So the broad circulation, which no longer appears to be producing a tornado, is over Ocala now, and it's heading down towards Briggs. And they still have the tornado possible tag. That is out of respect for the history of this storm. At a time it was producing a confirmed tornado that could have been a relatively strong one. The storm has occluded, so it's brought in some of that rain-cooled air that's weakened it. Doesn't mean it's weakened forever, but it's at least has to go through the process of reorganizing. And I really do think as some of these storms, these cells are probably going to merge together. And what that's going to lend itself to is more of a large hail threat, which going into today we thought would be the main concern. Once you have big groupings of storms, it gets harder for those circulations to develop. I'm not saying the tornado threat is zero, but I think as we go later through this afternoon, and especially into this evening when we get these more widespread clusters of storms that develop, that's more of a hail threat, maybe even a locally heavy rain threat, but a little bit less of a tornado threat. But still, this is a severe thunderstorm warning, considerable tag with the tornado possible tag on it. So what they're saying about this one is 2-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. So just because the tornado threat has gone away doesn't mean the storm is weak. It is far from it. 2-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and it's still impacting these same areas. So Briggs, you are directly in the path of this storm. So that is what we have for you right now. For folks in the back, you guys let me know where we're at. If you guys want me to continue going on here, but if we want, we can get into just our regular newscast. So again, there are the two warnings. We're going to keep an eye on these. It's a hail threat, but not a tornado threat right now. I'm going to pass things back over to the news side, and we'll be back in just a couple minutes. Go through all the details of our forecast. And until we work through that, we'll continue to give you updates here on what's going on with the weather situation. One other thing we'll need to keep an eye on, again, new storms are going to continue to develop. So we do have a cell which is going up near Mason. If history is any indication of how that will play out, that one could produce some hail at some point. So watch that. Then this storm in Burnett is producing half-dollar size hail. This storm in the Ocala area is producing hail that could be up to 2 inches in diameter. So that is potentially destructive hail. I like to tell folks, is this the type of hail that doesn't ding up your car, or will it ding up your car? This is the type of hail that dings up your car. Okay, so make sure you're prepared for that. Then we also have this cell, which has gone up in the Milam County area. So that is the situation right now. Okay, So hearing from our crews in the back, we are now good to go, and we will resume our newscast. Again, guys, we're still watching these storms. We will check in just a few minutes.
Important stuff. You're working to keep us updated on that, Hunter. We thank you. We want to get to the other top story that we've been following this afternoon. A chase with DPS troopers led to a crash involving a Cat Metro bus in central Austin today.
Now, investigators are telling us it happened at around 11 o'clock this morning near 51st Street and Duval Streets.
KVU's Brianna Perez is live at that scene now with the latest on the crash. Brianna.
Yeah, Ashley, Quita behind me, you can see it doesn't look normal, this scene here, but I do want to get you a closer view here of just some of the minimal damage that is left behind. We do see some scattered glass marks on the street, and if we pan over here to my right, we can also see a cactus here that was completely ripped apart. But here is what we know so far. At around 11 a.m., DPS officials say a stolen Ford F-250 fled from a trooper near Airport Boulevard and East 51st Street. The trooper lost sight of the stolen car. Moments later, it was spotted by another trooper. The stolen car ultimately struck a Cat Metro bus in this intersection. The impact pushed the bus into another car, which collided with a telephone pole. 5 people suffered minor injuries. 2 were transported to a local hospital. 2 suspects ran away. The driver of the car was arrested. A second suspect, though, has not been found. Neighbors we spoke to in the area say they heard the crash.
And I heard a very loud crash, and so I immediately thought maybe someone had run through a stop sign or something at that intersection with the home slice right next door. So I came outside, and everybody on the street was coming outside, and I could see that the bus had crashed or had been hit, and police were already here. The police were already kind of running through the neighborhood through the smoke. It was like a movie scene, the police just running down the street.
And I spoke with one neighbor who says she saw troopers chasing the suspects through their backyard. Others say they saw officials investigating their street with police dogs. Some worry about where the suspect could have gone. Now, as DPS continues to investigate this, we'll be sure to keep you updated both on air and online on KVU.com. Now reporting in Central Austin, Brianna Perez, KVU News.
All right, Brianna, thank you very much for that. Well, we mentioned these storms, they can cycle. So for all of 5 minutes, this thing weakened. It is reorganized. The tornado signature is increasing again, and we have a new tornado warning. And this thing is coming directly into Briggs. So Briggs, I need you to take your tornado precautions right now. The same type of stuff that we're talking about for the Ocala area. Make sure you are indoors in this storm. It was stationary for the longest time. It is finally taking a jog down to the south. So this thing is coming into town in Briggs. Make sure in Briggs you are taking your tornado precautions. This is a storm. It has a history of producing. You know, sometimes we like to get kind of a feel for the day. Are these storms getting warnings but not producing? These storms are producing. We had spotter visuals of this confirmed tornado. It looked like it was potentially a pretty strong tornado which touched down over far northern Burnett County. Now this thing is regrouped and it is heading into the Briggs area. So let's do the same thing. We'll go back into our velocity data. And by the way, I know we have a big hailstorm which is falling over parts of Lake Buchanan into Burnett County. We'll focus in on that in a moment, but oh man, I think this thing is tightening back up again with this tornado signature here on the west side of Briggs. So let me zoom in on this. And this thing looks like it is producing again. This would not surprise me if this becomes a confirmed tornado again. This is a tight couplet, and it's about to cross over 183. So if you know anybody that is driving here, make sure you alert them. Pull over. A car is not the place to be during a tornado. We did have reports of a car blown off the road with the storm earlier when it was over northern Burnett County. We want to avoid stuff like that in the future. So let's take this seriously. Let's zoom in closer, and we'll see if any roads start to pop up here. Again, relatively rural spot right now, but the biggest identifier I can give you, this is going to come down through the 183 corridor, and it's going to come down basically into the west side of the Briggs area. Our shear tracker has been doing a good job of just pinpointing these storms. And this product, it lags about a minute or two behind. So I think when we get this next update, just based honestly on what I'm seeing with the velocity data, I bet this ramps up some more when we get a new scan of this product. It lags about a minute or two behind, but I'm seeing increasing signs of rotation, which is coming into the Briggs area. Again, this is the zone right now that is rotating. So that is where the possible tornado is. This is certainly a signature that has my attention. I'll give you an idea here again. The pencil tends to be problematic for me. Let me show you. Here is an idea of where the rotation is. Again, it is coming right into the west side of Briggs. They do have the same chasers that were on this storm earlier. They're still on this thing, so we do have an update from them. They are saying radar indicated tornado 3 miles northwest of Briggs. Chaser video showing rotating wall cloud, but no tornado down just yet. Rotating wall cloud, so that's when the storm starts to reach down. This thing is recycled, so what happened earlier, this thing, it occluded, so it was producing a tornado. It was so stationary, it just started to wrap in rain-cooled air, so the storm basically weakened itself. It wrapped in that rain-cooled air, but they pulse up, they pulse down, so the storm is reorganized, and now I'm seeing increasing signs of rotation. We have at least a wall cloud. Wouldn't surprise me at all if this thing tries to tighten up and produce again. Again, this storm is going to cross over 183, and it's going to come into the west side of Briggs. So immediately in town in Briggs, and especially if you live on the west side of town, make sure you are taking your tornado precautions with this storm. Let's see if our shear product has updated here. And it has. Again, this lags behind a minute or two, but we're starting to add rings. Remember, this light yellow, that's weak rotation. We start to get into those darker yellows. It's starting to ramp up. So earlier we got up to this stage. So we got 3 levels into our shear tracker. Hopefully we avoid that in the future, but it is ramping up. It is an increased sign of rotation, which is coming in just on the west side of Briggs. So let's back out the view and show you, again, the areas that are in the path of this storm. And what I'll do is we'll go back over to the regular version of our radar, regular version of the reflectivity. So there it is. Man, look at that. So it's got that hook that has reached down, and this is just classic stuff. So here's the inflow notch where it is bringing in that warm, humid air. Then we've got the circulation developing, and right in here, this is going to be the spot to watch for a tornado. And again, I've seen some folks here on social media. They're saying we're getting big hail over parts of Burnett County. This is a huge hail-producing storm, not a threat for a tornado, though. Our most imminent concern is here in Briggs, where this storm, it's got that classic kind of bald eagle look to it, where it's got the hook and it is trying to produce a tornado again. This is the same storm that produced a confirmed tornado north of Ocala earlier. And look, as a meteorologist, I think it is wise to look back at the history of a storm. Again, some storms, they look really pretty on radar and they just don't produce any tornadoes. This is not a storm that's like that. This is a storm that has a history of producing. It had a considerable tornado warning with it earlier. It weakened, it occluded, it's reshuffled, and it looks like it's trying to get its act together again, unfortunately. So let's do this. I'll do a squall, and we'll see. So there's the warning information. Now here's the squall, and we'll see if we can get some approximate timings here. We'll see if the times want to pop up. So this is still going south at about 10. So we'll do it about like this. And there we go. So that is going to bring it into the Briggs area imminently, into the Mahomet area next up around 540. And then these areas not in the warning, but I know a lot of folks watch us, obviously, in Williamson County. In the Andis area, this is going to be a storm for you to watch. You don't need to take shelter immediately right now. You're outside of the warning, but just pay attention to this. It's been a Burnett County storm. It was very slow moving. Now this thing has finally started to move, and it's moving down to the south-southeast. So Briggs, Mahomet, and then if it holds together, this 183 corridor here into Williamson County, places like Andis and Liberty Hill, maybe into Leander. Again, I'm not trying to get ahead of it, but this is a storm that definitely is showing signs of sustaining some rotation here. This is the second time that this thing has produced a tornado warning. So that is the situation with where it's at. And this is the rotation tracker on the velocity here. Let's zoom in again. And I'm still definitely seeing a couplet here. Again, this is where the rotation is, right here. This is going to cross over 183. This is not quite as tight as what we had with the storm when it was confirmed on the ground in northern Burnett County, but it's definitely a signature that could be producing a tornado. And there are chasers on this, so I think we're going to get a pretty good idea. If this thing touches down, I think the National Weather Service will know about it pretty quick. For now, it's radar indicated. We've got at least a wall cloud, which is coming down on the west side of Briggs. And look, at a moment's notice, these things can reach down and they can be on the ground causing damage. Again, I think this will probably be a good way to visualize it. We'll go into the shear tracker and show you the history of it. And by the way, the latest report on the ground there, fire crews are watching this, Burnett County fire crews. They're saying rain-wrapped, lost visual of the possible tornado, but did say there was some good lowering before he lost the visual. So this thing is definitely trying to produce again. I'm hearing we have some video, so let's we'll go back into the video and show you guys. We have some chasers which are on this. We've got viewer photos and images which are coming in, and we always appreciate folks who are sharing that with us. Do we have any new video? Okay, so here is some of the new footage which is coming in. So it looks like that was from Justin Woodall, Burnett County, FM 2341 Council Creek. Again, yes, they're saying hail and a possible funnel cloud. So we've got at least a lowering here. Look, I think it's great that we've got a lot of folks who've been watching this storm. We've got a lot of visuals on it. So earlier when this thing touched down, we knew about it fast. This thing has at least a wall cloud and a funnel that's tried to reach down, but it looks like it's maybe not quite down to the ground just yet. But still, we want to treat this thing seriously. We want everybody in Briggs and along the 183 corridor, just on the west side of Briggs, to make sure you're in your tornado safe place right now, out of respect to this storm. So there is an update, just got a new scan, and this is still the area where we're watching the rotation. It is slightly broad, but where these pixels come together, that definitely has my attention. I do want to show you the shear tracker again. And we're not up to that third rung. We're not up to that darker orange, which is where we got with the storm earlier, but we're one rung up. So the light yellow, again, light rotation, light shear, we're one rung up. Historically, when we use this, if we start getting up into these levels, that's a good indication, hey, something is probably on the ground. We've got at least a wall cloud coming into Briggs, but it looks like it might not necessarily be down right now. But let's continue those tornado precautions. As we've been saying over and over and over again, most folks know about this, but indoors, obviously, middle part of your home, middle part of your structure. So a lot of times that's an interior bathroom, an interior closet, but just put as many walls between the outside and yourself as possible. Obviously, you don't want to be standing right next to a window or anything like that. And then our golden rule during tornadoes, nobody driving. Car is not a good place to be during a tornado. We did have some reports earlier of the possibility that at least one car was blown off the road by that tornado when it touched down near Ocala. And I don't want that to happen to anybody else. So let's just make sure that we continue to stay off the roads, stay sheltered, let the storm run its course here. Hopefully at some point it weakens and then we can go on about the rest of our day. But that is the situation right now. Okay, so for folks watching in Austin or Round Rock, you know we like to do the big picture reset. So here is what's going on right now. In Austin, nothing. It is warm. Temperatures in the 90s right now. It's very humid. There certainly could be some storms later on this afternoon or this evening, but there are no active warnings, no storms at all right now in Austin. So look, if you need to run around, run errands, grab a bite to eat in Austin, it's all good right now. Stay with us. Make sure you have the KVU app downloaded, a way to get warnings, but it's all good in Austin right now. The storm in Milam County, this thing continues to move pretty slowly, but the meat of that storm is east of our area. And then you get into our hail-producing storm in Burnett, our tornado-producing storm coming into the Briggs area. Then we have a new storm, so I do want to give you a heads up on this one. So let's move over here, and I got to reselect there's the hail tracker. I got to reselect the icon here. So here we've got a new severe warning in Mason. So this looks like a severe thunderstorm, which is, I would say, $quarter to $half size hail, just on the south side of Mason. This hail core was really big for a time near Lake Buchanan in Burnett. This is heading into town in Burnett, but it looks like that one is losing steam a little bit. They pulse up, they pulse down. Again, I'm sure this will probably strengthen again, but it looks like this is weakening a little bit, maybe some quarter-size type hail heading into Burnett. And then our storm, which is producing a tornado warning, this one is also producing much more significant hail. Jordan, I see you've got an update.
Yes, the Burnett County Office of Emergency Management just posted in NWS chat better photo from Briggs, and they're describing it as being very close to touching down that tornado warned storm in northeast Burnett County, so we could have a second touchdown of a tornado here.
Yeah, so I'm looking at that same picture, Jordan. Good spot there. So it is definitely a low cloud. It's definitely reaching down. And we've got our storm chaser, which is out in this vicinity, and they're trying to get some sort of a visual on the storm. So we'll stand by if we're able to get any of those visuals later on this afternoon. But hey, I love that we have a lot of eyes on this storm. Again, for folks who are watching at home, we never want you to put yourself in danger to go try to see a tornado. But when we have professional crews that are out there who can spot this and give us real-time information as far as what's happening, that is obviously very helpful. Yeah, man, just looking at the radar signature, this thing is definitely, it's trying. This thing is definitely trying to touch down, and it is coming right into the west side of Briggs. So Briggs and Mahomet, you guys make sure you are taking those tornado precautions. Yes, new chaser video coming in showing the same thing. We've got at least a wall cloud. And this thing, it's reaching down and it's close. And as we know, hey, it only takes 15, 20 seconds. It can go from a wall cloud and you're just looking at it to all of a sudden that thing is touched down and it's producing damage. So let's continue to treat this thing seriously. Tornado warning coming into the Briggs area in the 183 corridor. I'm getting some new reports also, so there's a massive rainbow right now over Lake Buchanan. So the hailstorm, which was over the lake, is now moving to the southeast away from the lake, and the hail core on that is coming down some. But our biggest issue right now, of course, is the tornado warning, which is coming into Briggs. The latest information from this, so it goes until 5:45, so it's going to go for another 25 minutes. Two threats. We've got yeah, so okay, we've got some video. This is wow. Okay, so this was earlier. This was when the tornado was certainly, it looks like, on the ground. So that was more of a, look at that. So incredible structure to this storm. And then you can see this is a supercell storm. It's got that lowering. And then you can see where this tornado touched down. That looks like a pretty sizable tornado. As I mentioned, you know, it's not every day that we get a considerable tornado warning here in Central Texas. The last time I remember a confirmed tornado warning, I believe we had one over southeastern Travis County out around the airport last year. Then honestly, the last time that I think we had one that could have been considerable was probably Round Rock back in 2022. So this was a tornado that definitely touched down. And this thing, unfortunately, I would imagine did some damage in some of these areas in Ocala. Look at that. So I mean, that's a pretty significant tornado, guys. As we were looking at the radar, it had a very strong couplet to it. It had very strong rotation signature. And this thing, it produced a tornado. And this is the same storm. No indications that the tornado is on the ground like this, but this is the same storm, guys, which is heading now into the Briggs area. So the rotation now is about 1 mile to the northwest of Briggs. It's a little bit broader, but it's the same storm that produced these images. So out of respect for the storm, make sure you continue to stay hunkered down in the Briggs area. We don't have a confirmed tornado, but we've got multiple spotters on this thing. They're watching it. And this has at least a lowering on it, at least a wall cloud. And the rotation now is just 1 mile to the northwest of the Briggs area. And speaking of, we've got some new scans. So earlier, it actually looked, the reflectivity looked a little bit healthier. Again, these things have a life cycle, these storms do. So this is where the inflow came in. It had a little bit of a hook that was reaching down. Now it looks like it's starting to wrap in some of that rain-cooled air again. But let's see what the velocity data is showing. So here's the velocity. I'll tell you what, I mean, this is still an area that has my attention here. Again, here's Briggs. This thing is just 1 mile on the west side of town. So this is coming through the west side of Briggs, and it really, as we speak, is crossing over the 183 corridor. This shear product has been really good today in pinpointing where the strongest rotation is. And there it is, again, where that yellow is. Let's zoom in, and we'll try to call out some roads. Again, it's basically just right over 183 at the moment on the west side of Briggs, but we'll get in super close and we'll see if any roads want to pop up here. So there's Briggs. Here's 183, and these are some of the roads. Let me look here at the computer and we'll call some of these out. So you can see there is Rock Bottom Road, G-Bar M Road, Loop 308. Scroll up here, let's see what this road is. This one, it has just crossed over. So basically, it is coming into Briggs just on the west side of town. It's over 183 right now. Next up, this is going to cross down south of 183, and it's going to head down generally. Honestly, the rotation might kind of ride right along 183, which is not great. That's why we don't want anybody driving in this tornado warning. But it's going to head down towards the Mahomet area. So it's going to head down towards Mahomet. Uh-oh, so there's our shear tracker, and that is ramping up again. As I mentioned, when we start to see that orange color, that tells me that that's when we're starting to get into the territory where these things try to touch down again. So there is our shear tracker. Let's go in. So we'll erase our arrow, and we'll zoom back in. We've added a ring. So when we started, we've been watching the life cycle of the storm. When we were covering this in the Ocala area, when it got into this orange range, this is when it started to produce, and we're seeing some signs of that again. So imminently in Briggs, there's a rotating storm directly over you. Hopefully you were sheltered. We've had great lead time. We've been watching this for, like close to an hour now, so hopefully everybody is sheltered, but it looks like this thing might try to ramp up a little bit more as we're picking up on more rotation, which is coming right into the west side of Briggs. Let's see if we have a new radar scan with the velocity. So where the reds and greens come together, we're super zoomed in, but again, this is the general zone that we'll need to be watching. Let's back out the view, and this will give us some more perspective. Briggs is where it's at right now, heading towards Mahomet, and then down the line, if this thing continues, places like Liberty Hill and western Williamson County will need to keep a very close eye on it. This existing warning, this goes until 5:45, so here it is. This is the only tornado warning, again, that we have in our area right now. The reflectivity, it looks to me like this is trying to occlude again. As we talked about earlier, these storms, for a healthy thunderstorm to develop, right, it is wrapping in that warm, humid air. When these storms exist for a while, well, they actually start to weaken themselves in a way. They start to wrap in that rain-cooled air, which is not as healthy for the storm, and that weakens the storm. Another thing that is good news here as far as avoiding a tornado threat, you see this? New rain is developing just south of the storm, and what that's going to do is that cuts off the inflow into the storm. Again, instead of bringing in warm, humid air, which we have in Austin right now, where the temperature's in the low 90s and dew points are close to 70 degrees, instead of bringing in that type of air, it's bringing in rain-cooled air that's in the 60s and the 70s, and that weakens the storm. So once this thing sucks in this new cell which is developed, I would imagine the tornado threat is going to go down considerably. We're not at that stage yet, but just kind of analyzing the meteorology for you, letting you know what we're seeing. I think as far as avoiding bigger tornado issues, this is a good thing. This does not necessarily mean the hail threat's going to go down, but I do think this is going to cut off some of the inflow to the storm, and that is why it is starting to occlude. It's starting to wrap in some of that rain-cooled air, but still it's a tornado warning, which is going to continue until 5:45. I want to check in with the National Weather Service. I'd imagine they are seeing the same type of thing that we are seeing. So the last update was when the circulation was just moving in on the west side of Briggs. By the way, I meant to do this earlier. We'll go into our shear tracker. And this is going to give us an idea of the whole life cycle of this storm. Let's zoom in a little bit closer and you'll be able to see. Again, this product has done a really good job. So initially this thing really ramped up. We got into that orange category. That's when it produced. That's when it produced in northern Burnett County. Then it came down, it occluded, it weakened, so we had just light shear. Then it strengthened again on approach to Briggs. Strengthened again. We had at least a wall cloud come in just on the west side of Briggs. Now, to me, it looks like it is trying to occlude again, but we know these things, they pulse up, they pulse down. There's the reflectivity. It's wrapping in a little bit of that rain-cooled air. Let's go back over to the velocity where we're getting frequent scans. Our system's still picking up on some of that mid-level rotation. Again, just because we have eventually some rain-cooled air that will get wrapped in doesn't mean that we're there yet. So this whole area is still spinning. Certainly still something to watch coming into Briggs. And Briggs, stay sheltered with us just for another 20, 25 minutes. Let this warning expire. Stay sheltered with us. And Mahomet, stay sheltered with us. These two spots, we want to continue to take our tornado precautions. So there's our storm, which is, I mean, this thing is just all sorts of wrapped up. I mean, you can see it right here, where this is the part of the storm that is rotating. It's not the clean hook that was reaching down like what we had earlier, but this is the part of the storm that's rotating. It's over 183. It's going to cross down into southern sections of Briggs, and then it's going to head down towards the Mahomet area. As I mentioned, there's rain which is developed south of it. That's a classic look where now instead of that warm, humid air getting sucked into the storm, rain-cooled air gets sucked into it. So hopefully, doesn't always work out like this, but hopefully this weakens the storm and the tornado threat will go down. We're still going to have to watch the hail threat, obviously, through the rest of this evening, but hopefully the tornado threat goes down. It hasn't happened yet, but that's something that we'll need to watch very closely. I do want to give you an idea of what's going on for other parts of our area. We do have a couple of live views that I can show you. So that's our Kalahari cam. We were trying to get a vantage point. In fact, Jordan, you can maybe pan that back over the west here, and we'll come back to that one, and we'll see. If we got a better view, here is, yes, we got Kalahari in both of our systems here. So Jordan's going to go over there and we'll pan that back. So now we're looking back west, it looks like. We're probably a little too far away where we're not going to get an excellent vantage point into this storm, but We'll keep an eye on this from all of our cameras. There's been a lot of spotters who have been keeping a very close eye on this storm. They had that lowering at least a wall cloud into Briggs. No indication that it touched down in Briggs yet. I think based on the fact that we had so many people who were out there watching it, we hopefully would have a good indication right away. But still, I want you sheltered in Briggs, sheltered in Mahomet, and I want nobody driving on 183 from Briggs down towards the Mahomet area. Let's let this thing play out. Hopefully this thing weakens. We've got another 15 minutes on this warning. Okay, so we've got our storm chaser, which is out there. So here it is. This is SH-29 driving out towards this storm. Obviously a little shaky with the reception out there. Now, as you see the school bus and everything, again, this is what has us a little bit worried when we have storms this time of the day. People are getting out of school, sports practice, getting off of work. Folks are just out and about trying to get on with their day. We just want to make sure that for folks who are directly in the path of these storms, make sure you stay off the roads. We had preliminary reports of potentially a car that could have been blown off the road earlier when this storm was confirmed on the ground in the Ocala area. Now it is down in the Briggs area, and we'll continue to check in with our storm chaser. Jordan, I see you've got some new information.
I'm looking at the correlation coefficient right now, and it shows that signature, and it looks like I see a blue dot just off to the north of Briggs. So I may want to look at that. That could have been debris that might have been picked up. It's showing it up very, very well. That's starting to see a little bit of a dot right there. That blue dot, you could barely tell with the tornado signature that's there, but definitely we're looking at a blue dot that I'm seeing on my Mac's computer here. And that could be a sign that we could have had some debris that may have been picked up, such as twigs or any other objects that may have been picked up by this. So definitely, we're going to pay attention to this.
Yeah, Jordan, good call. As you look here, so this is the wind speeds and the rotation definitely tightening up again. Good call there, Jordan. So we've got spotters on this. So far, it's been just a wall cloud. In fact, here's a new update. After brief weakening, the storm is strengthening. Storm chasers have a rotating wall cloud, which is reported with this storm. So this thing is trying to reach down again. This is the reality of these storms. They go through life cycles, right? They spin up, they produce a tornado, they wrap in some rain-cooled air, they weaken, they regroup, and then they can strengthen again. So this is a signature that tells me, hey, maybe we have something trying to touch down again here, right over 183, right on the west side of Briggs. These are stronger wind speeds. So we've got winds there. So we've got some new photos coming in north of Briggs. And then, by the way, you can see that gate-to-gate. That's about 90-mile-per-hour gate-to-gate shear. Let's take these new pictures from the Briggs area. Wow. So look at that. So that looks like that thing tried to touch down again. Look at that. Just incredible structure on this storm. So there it is, more of a rope-type structure. Phil Ostroff sent that one in. That was earlier, so it produced a strong cone stovepipe tornado when this thing came through Ocala, and then it tried to reach down again on approach to the Briggs area, and that's where we're at right now with this storm trying to produce in Briggs. But this has a history of touching down. I'll tell you guys, again, last year for the severe season, we've been dealing with multi-year drought now at this point. We've been hoping for rain. We didn't have a ton of tornado issues last year, but this storm, relative to these storms that we've had over the past couple of years, this is a storm that has produced, and you can see evidence of that. That is just an incredible visual of this storm. Incredible tornado. That was, so they said, you saw that there, as I said, a rope out. What they're referring to there as we talk about that occlusion process, so the tornado's on the ground, it's got more of a stovepipe look to it, then it wraps in that rain-cooled air, it becomes thinner, and it ropes out. It becomes a little thin rope, and then it weakens. But that was just incredible there, some of the imagery of the storm, which is now coming into the Briggs area. Here's our shear tracker. As I mentioned, anytime we start to get into this third rung with the oranges there on County Road 211, this is where we have stronger rotation. Black Road, County Road 211, County Road 210, and the 183 corridor and points just down to the south. This is where the strongest rotation is at right now. This is going to pass south of 183, and I think it's going to stay. So I think the strongest rotation now, as this passes down south of Briggs is going to stay on the west side of 183, but if the track of this storm doesn't change and if it continues to produce, it's heading directly towards Mahomet right now. So in Mahomet, make sure you're taking those tornado precautions. I talked about that new cell which is developing, and over time, that probably will lower the tornado threat, but that's over time. We're worried about what's happening right now. If there's a tornado over your neighborhood, you care about that and not what's going to happen 30 minutes from now. So make sure you are still treating this seriously. This is a tornado-warned storm, still strong indications of rotation. We've had at least a wall cloud, and this thing has gotten really close, I think, to touching down on several occasions in the Briggs area, if not briefly touching down at times. And still this has a shear indicator, which is similar to what we had when this was producing over more northern sections of Burnett County. Now, as this passes south of Briggs, this is going to get into a slightly more rural area, and then next up, it's going to be Mahomet. These are going to be the next spots that are under the gun from this tornado-warned storm. Let me give you the big picture again. I know folks kind of come and go as we do the coverage. I want to give you the idea of what's happening all across our area. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 storms now. Okay. Well, now our system is picking up on a rotation signature in Burnett, and we'll inspect that here in a second. Hail-producing storm Mason, mainly hail threat Burnett, but our system now picking up maybe some rotation starting to develop there. Rotating storm that's a tornado and a hail threat in Briggs heading towards Mahomet. And then this storm in Milam County looks like that's a flood threat over far eastern. This is like east of Cameron, a flash flood warning, and it's a hail-producing storm. So this new rotation signature in Burnett has my attention. Let's jump into that one, and we will inspect. So let's do this. We will zoom in to the Burnett area. This storm has mainly been producing hail, but now we've got that rotation trying to show up here. We'll go into the velocity, and that's just looking a little bit messy. Let's see if the shear product is able to shed any more light on that. Yeah, so it looks like maybe a little bit of shear there, which is developing just on like the east bank, of Lake Buchanan. So let's keep an eye on that. This is mainly a hail threat right now for Burnett, but let's keep an eye on that shear, which has developed just on the east side of Lake Buchanan. Hail threat right now, but we're going to keep an eye on all of these storms. Here's the latest hail product. So we'll shift over to this one. So there's the hail core. Man, that is a sizable hail core too. So I'll turn off the rotation so we're not distracting the hail core on this one. And this is on track to come into the western side of Burnett in the 29 corridor. And here's a new update from the National Weather Service. They're going to issue another downstream tornado warning. So this one is probably going to get into parts of Williamson County. So there's that hail threat on the west side of Burnett, also a hail threat with our tornado warned storm. And so that's the new warning that's come in. So now, is this the new warning, Jordan? Is this the new polygon that's come out yet?
I'm about to look at it right now.
Okay, I think this is the same. This is the old polygon. But here momentarily, we're going to get a new tornado warning, which will potentially include more portions of Williamson County. This has been just a slow-moving storm impacting Ocala and Briggs. It has, at times, produced a confirmed tornado. But as this storm continues down to the southeast, this is going to implicate more parts of Williamson County. Now, as I mentioned, just looking at the bigger picture, still I want folks in Briggs and Mahomet to be sheltered right now. But as this new rain is developed down south of the storm, well, look what's being wrapped in. Now it's pulling in all of this rain-cooled air. So over time, I think that will serve to decrease the tornado risk. But again, if this thing's over your neighborhood right now, you don't care about what happens over time. You care about what's happening right now. So we still want you to be sheltered. Tornado precautions, interior room, as many walls between the outside and yourself as possible. In the Briggs area, and this is going to pass now down to the southwest side of Briggs, and it's going to head, as of now, unless something changes, towards the Mahomet area. This warning is set to expire in 7 minutes, but the National Weather Service, they're telling us they are going to reissue a downstream warning for this storm, which could implicate more portions of Williamson County. As this storm, again, these storms have life cycles. They pulse up, they wrap in some rain-cooled air, they reorganize, they try to pulse up again. So there's our new warning. And what we're going to see, that smaller polygon is going to drop off, and it's going to be replaced by this bigger polygon. So we will wait for that to happen. This new warning is going to go until 6:30. And this one, so this follows 183 down into Williamson County. It doesn't get quite to Liberty Hill, but I still want you to keep an eye on these things in Liberty Hill. So here's the new warning, which is going to take us for the next hour or so down into the Liberty Hill area. I want to read the latest text to this warning, and we'll see what the National Weather Service is discussing with this one. They're saying a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. Again, this one is not confirmed on the ground like what we were dealing with earlier. Capable of producing a tornado was located over Briggs, or 11 miles northeast of Bertram, moving south at 5 miles per hour. It is rare that we get tornado-producing storms just crawling. I mean, basically stationary. These things are barely moving at all, but it's moving at 5 miles per hour. Hazards, tornado and ping pong ball size hail. So let's continue our tornado precautions in these zones. So that is the new tornado warning. The prior polygon, which was set to expire at 5:45, that is going to drop off. New storms blossoming as well out towards Burnett. So this is a big hail-producing storm. They have let's zoom in and get this one. That goes until 5:45. I imagine that's going to be reissued here soon. This is a big hail-producing storm in the Burnett area. Then we have another storm which is developed out here near Mason. And then, by the way, okay, well, we've been so focused on the tornado threat in our area. Look what's happened down to our southwest, just all sorts of stuff which has developed. So if you are watching in Austin and you're saying, are we missing out on storms again? I know it was kind of a close call for the Austin area. I'm not guaranteeing that storms are going to happen in Austin tonight, but we do have lots of instability. We've got a severe thunderstorm watch that I want to show you. This does include most of our KVU areas. So they've added Gillespie, they've added Blanco. So this now includes all of our counties except for Hayes, Caldwell, and Fayette County. And this goes through 9 p.m. And initially, we thought this would be primarily a hail threat today. But as we've seen, the tornado threat, at least with this one storm, has ramped up. But the risk for very large hail and even some rotation in tornadoes will be a possibility. As we talked about that occlusion process, here's the latest from the National Weather Service. The rotation is weakened and broadened. However, based on the history of cycling, we're going to continue a tornado warning as this storm continues to move slowly to the south. This is what I'm seeing as well. We've played this game before, though. This is what happened. So this thing produced a tornado in the Ocala area, and it occluded and it weakened for like 4 minutes, and then it re-strengthened again. So they're going to continue this warning for the time being. I hope this thing weakens down and it stops producing a tornado, but still for now, I want us to take this storm still very seriously, but we are seeing signs that it is weakening the rotation part of it. Again, the reason for that is because this new heavy rain has developed south of where the circulation is, which means instead of bringing in warm, humid air, bringing in rain-cooled air. So we're not seeing quite the same look on radar that we had earlier when this storm was producing confirmed tornadoes, and then it got at least close in Briggs. It would not surprise me if there were some touchdowns in the Briggs area. Now it's looking slightly more disorganized. With that, let's go in and we'll do what we've been doing, and we will inspect everything which is going on with the velocity. So here's the velocity mode of our radar, and let's see. I mean, look, it's broad. It's still there, though, so let's zoom in. This is going to be the area. Well, I say that, so let's go back here, and yeah, so that's going to be the zone. It's broad, but it's still an area that's rotating. You can see the history of this. At times, it's looked healthier. So back here, this is 5:10. This is 30 minutes ago. This is when I think it is possible, if not likely, that it was producing. Then this also looks like a tight couplet coming down into the west side of Briggs. Then it pulsed up again on the south side of town. And now it's just looking a little bit more broad, but we do have another push of wind coming in like that. So still this zone right here. Let's still keep an eye on this. Even as these storms change structure, it's a whole life cycle. Again, they go through different stages, and the rotation will look a little bit different. The orientation of the storm will be a little bit different. But when you have the type of instability that we have today, sometimes these storms just can find a way. Even if they're breathing in that rain-cooled air, sometimes they can just find a way to continue to spin. So that's the type of thing that we'll need to continue to monitor with this storm. So with that, let's go into our trusty shear product, which has been doing a great job of pegging where the rotating part of these storms has been. And this is looking a little bit better. Again, I'm not saying not to take this seriously. Continue tornado precautions if you are in the path of this storm from Briggs into Mahomet, down into parts of northwestern Williamson County along the 183 corridor. It doesn't go quite down to Liberty Hill, but the storm eventually, if it keeps going south, could impact Liberty Hill. But I'm hopeful that this time, because that storm has developed to our south, that this is going to cut off the storm and hopefully weakens for good this time. Not a guarantee, but hopefully that will be the case. This shear product, when we get this light yellow, that's a little bit of light rotation. When we start getting up here, that's when we say, all right, tornado might be on the ground here. That if we start getting these darker reds and purples, that's where it's a more significant situation. But historically through the day today, when we've gotten into this darker orange, that's when the tornadoes have been producing. And now we're back down to this lighter yellow. So this storm has been cycling, and hopefully it continues to weaken down. So let me show you this. Here's our hail tracker. This thing is definitely still producing hail. We've got two hail cores. One is here, which is Briggs to the east, then a new one, which is developing down south of Briggs, closer to the Mahomet area, than the hail core that we've been watching with this Burnett County storm as well. These storms also are producing tons of rain. So here's the estimated rainfall. We want the rain. It is the hail and the tornado part that we are trying to avoid, but at least these things are producing some rain. But the tornado warning is going to continue. The rotational signature, it looks a little bit less impressive. It continues to look less impressive, and hopefully this remains the case because this new cell is developed down to the south. It's bringing in that rain-cooled air. For now, there's still a tornado warning, which is going to continue until about 6:30. A new area that we'll need to watch. Okay, so I'm checking in with the National Weather Service again. Looks like maybe a little bit of rotation going on out here in the Lake Buchanan area. So let's check in with this storm. This is not one that has been historically producing, a tornado at least. So there's the velocity, kind of a messy signature. National Weather Service saying there could be some contamination here. Again, a little bit of a dirty radar signature. Yeah, Jordan, what are you seeing over there?
Yeah, I'm looking at the hail tracker on that very system that you're talking about, Hunter, and I've done a radar estimation based on hail size, and it looks like we could be looking at hen egg-sized hail,
wow,
which is around 3 inches in diameter with that storm in the Burnett area. So it's not just the rotation we're watching. We're really watching the hail cores very, very closely. And with that earlier tornado-warned storm just off to the south and west of Briggs, just northeast of Bertram in Burnett County, I'm looking at that hail core right now. It's looking at golf ball-sized hail just off to the north and east of Bertram. So the hail threat that we've been tracking all day, it's starting to show up here a little bit. And right on that corner of Burnett, as well as northwest Wilco and maybe even southwestern Bell County, that area where we've had that tornado warning, that's walnut-sized hail, so not as large. But again, what Hunter was just talking about, that system along Highway 29, just east of Buchanan Dam, we got, looks like 2 separate areas of hen egg-sized hail, one to the east of Buchanan Dam and one a little bit to the south of Tao and just northwest of there. Both of those are showing hen egg-sized hail. So again, you want to, in addition to making sure that you're in a safe spot, make sure your cars are in the garage. Make sure that if your vehicle is too large for a garage or carport, you want to make sure you have it covered with cardboard, maybe even a blanket, have it nice and secure, and have all your windows in anything that could be damaged by large hail covered so that you don't have any issues on that particular front.
Yeah, we can come back over here. So here is the latest on this warning, which includes Burnett and Llano County. This is a severe thunderstorm warning with the considerable tag. They're saying this storm, which is developed over Lake Buchanan, is producing hail up to 2 inches in diameter and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Areas that will be impacted by this: the Burnett area, Marble Falls, Kingsland, Buchanan Dam, Gainesville, Granite Shoals, Meadow Lakes, Buchanan Lake Village, Highland Haven, Inks Lake State Park, Longhorn Cavern State Park, and Sunrise Beach Village. Here's a new report coming in from the Burnett County Office of Emergency Management, getting a report of trees down along County Road 223 where the first touchdown was. So that is up closer to the Ocala area where the tornado confirmed touchdown. Reports of trees down, tops of trees knocked off, fences down. These have fallen over roads, so they're working now to get those all cleared up. So that was the situation with some of the preliminary damage information coming in from the Ocala area. Now we'll go back to our tornado warned storm. We also have an update on that. The rotation here continues to weaken. Great news. What's happening, and this is a note that we just got from the Weather Service as well, rotation on the Briggs tornado warned storm continues to weaken considerably. Looks like that storm to the south is disrupting it. So exactly, instead of bringing in warm, humid air, now we're bringing in this rain-cooled air. So I think with this storm, we still need to watch these other ones, but with this storm, I think once this is fully absorbed, that's going to eliminate the rotation. There's still going to be hail in here. It's still a dangerous hail-producing storm, but I think that is going to continue to ramp down the rotation signature with this storm. Here's the latest velocity. And that just looks super, super broad. That's just it's not a tornado look. Shear tracker, this continues to come down. So I would imagine this is probably going to be canceled early. Great news. Again, we played this game. It's cycled. The storm has cycled before, but this time it should be different because we have this bigger storm which is developed to the south. It is cut off the inflow to this storm, and it's just not going to be able to access the same amount of warmth and humidity, and it's just not going to have the same ingredients that it had earlier when it was producing. So the velocity signature, this is not a tornado signature. Looking at this, I don't see any areas that are imminently producing a tornado. In fact, we just got word they're going to be canceling the tornado warning for the Briggs area. Excellent news. So we will stay with you, and we will let this drop off, and then once that happens, what we are going to do is, it is 5:50, so this is typically when we would be in world news. We will drop off briefly. Now, we still have major, major hailstorm going on right over Lake Buchanan, and we have a hailstorm going on over Mason, and this tornado warned storm is also producing hail in spots. This tornado warning is going to drop off, so we are going to, once this happens, we will get back to the end of world news, and then we're going to have our full newscast coming up at 6 o'clock here on KVUE. Again, the rotation has weakened. Now that the storm has finally brought in the cell that developed down to our south, we call that like the tail end Charlie storm. It brought that in, that cut off the inflow, and that has really limited this storm. So I don't expect that this one is going to ramp back up and produce a tornado. I think we need to keep a close eye on this one and burn it. And obviously, we'll keep a close eye on that storm in the Mason area. As we wait on this to drop off, I'll also give you an idea of what is going on with these storms to our southwest. These areas, we've got a number of just massive hail-producing storms out that way, so we'll have to watch and see how these go. You can see the way, the movement's a little bit erratic, but that one out closer to the junction area, we'll keep an eye on that. That could be in play for parts of Mason and Gillespie County. You can see now this new severe thunderstorm warning is coming in. This is going to replace the existing tornado warning, so that once that drops off, it will be replaced with this severe thunderstorm warning. We'll watch that take place, and then we will return you to your regular programming. So as soon as that gets canceled, you'll see the information with the severe thunderstorm warning pop on there. That is going to be the replacement for the previously tornado warned storm. So there it is. Now it is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Briggs and Florence into northern sections of Williamson County. Another big severe storm over Lake Buchanan. We're going to take a quick 10-minute break here on TV. Our coverage on KVUE Plus is going to continue. We're going to be right back here on KVUE starting at 6 o'clock. All right, hello everybody. KVUE Chief Meteorologist Hunter Williams here. We are back here on KVUE Plus. Took a short 30-minute break. We obviously we're doing wall-to-wall coverage with several tornado warnings. At least one confirmed tornado touchdown near the Ocala area in northern Burnett County, and unfortunately it does look like that could have been a fairly substantial tornado. At one point it did have the considerable tag with it. Now the tornado threat has decreased, and look, we'll see how things go. I don't, to be honest with you, expect another tornado warning this evening. However, I do expect the hail threat's going to continue. We've been watching this massive hail-producing storm out around Lake Buchanan. We've got another severe storm over northern Williamson County. Some of these same areas had big hail issues yesterday. And we also have an increasing risk for flooding. In fact, a new flood warning is likely coming out for parts of Williamson County here soon. So let's do this. Let's go into, let me organize our looks here. And honestly, this might be the best one. We'll do this. So we'll go in and we'll give you kind of the radar tour as far as what we are tracking. I feel like I need to be a little taller. Maybe not quite that tall. There we go. All right, so here's what's going on the radar. This has been the storm that has been most intense. This thing has been producing just massive, massive hail out around like the Lake Buchanan area. A lot of it has fallen into the lake, but now this hail core has kind of emerged on the east side of Lake Buchanan. So let me show you the info on our severe thunderstorm warning. Here's that. It is a severe thunderstorm warning with the considerable tag on it until 7:45 for parts of Burnett and Llano counties. As of now, they're tracking up to tennis ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gust. Let's see what the hail tracker is doing here. That looks like maybe it's come down a little bit. We'll loop it, and you can see at times this thing, again, has been just massive, massive hail. But this could be as large as tennis ball size. Looks like it's pulsed down a little bit right now, but these things pulse up and down. So continue to be on guard for a significant hail threat there in the Lake Buchanan area. This storm has been nearly stationary, but it is, I would say, drifting slightly east-southeast. So it's pouring rain right now in Burnett. The worst of the hail is just to the west, but if this thing keeps moving east, then it could drag some of the bigger hail concern into Burnett proper. Outside of the hail threat, there is a flood risk. We were asking for rain today. This is just a little bit too much in too short a period of time. Here is the flash flood warning and the details on that. So it's a flash flood warning with the considerable tag also on it until 9:15. We know how low Lake Buchanan is. Not necessarily complaining about having heavy rain out here, but the reality is we just want to make sure everybody is prepared. We've got a lot of runoff. A lot of this is going to be going into the lake, which is good, but as it falls, it does create issues with this slow-moving storm. I'll read you the latest on the flash flood warning. It's going to be hard. Anyway, it's a flash flood warning where 3 to 5 inches of rain has already fallen with more heavy rain that is occurring still in these places. Wow, look at this. So these are the radar estimated totals. And just on the east side of Lake Buchanan, let's cue up these numbers. In excess of 6 inches of rain. Pretty amazing. For some of these areas, this is probably more rain than they've had in like the past 2 or 3 months combined. So thankful to have rain. As I mentioned, though, just a little bit too much. So this is a flood situation. As we always say, turn around, don't drown. That is what we always recommend for folks in these flooding situations. We do have some LCRA gauges out here. This isn't the most elegant way to look at it, but you can see it looks like the nearest gauge we have to the bullseye there. That's a rain gauge confirmed with 2.60 inches of rain that has fallen there. Okay, outside of that, we have additional storms. This one, especially in Williamson County. Some of these Williamson County and the Georgetown area just cannot get a break from the hail. It's crazy. Severe thunderstorm warning. This is more of a classic severe thunderstorm warning, so it doesn't have the considerable or the damaging tag to it. They're saying 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail with that one. I've been operating on the other computer. Let me get the National Weather Service chat pulled up here so that I can keep tabs on that. And as always, we appreciate everybody, staying tuned with us here on KVU Plus and YouTube Live and all of our streaming platforms, as we've been doing our best to keep you covered on these storms, a multitude of these storms. All right, so the National Weather Service a few minutes ago said they'll be upgrading the flood advisory to a flash flood warning in Williamson County. Okay, so there it is. Just as we were talking about that, they have outlined that. So let me show you the flash flood warning. So there it is, flash flood warning. This includes Florence. It does go down to Georgetown, although there's not heavy rain happening in that zone right now. And it goes out to about the Bartlett area. These areas, so these are the rainfall totals. This will be interesting to show. So these are the rainfall totals just over the past 12 hours. So most of this obviously has happened in the past couple of hours. Why it becomes more of an issue here, so now let's expand this back. These are the totals over the past 24 hours. Now all of a sudden when you factor in the rain from yesterday, you also get some 5-inch plus type totals up here around the Florence area. Look at that, 6.1, 4.4, 6.1. So that's the deal with the rain that is falling over northern Williamson County. So these areas were under a lower flood advisory. Excuse me, they have since been upgraded to a flood warning. So turn around, don't drown, low water crossings, be very mindful of those. I think y'all know the drill. Okay, so that's the situation. We've got, oh, by the way, another storm which has been severe. I feel bad. I feel like I've been neglecting this one a little bit. We've been covering the tornado warned storms, but here over eastern Milam County, we've got another big hail producing storm out around the Hicks area. So this storm on the eastern fringes of Milam County is also severe and is producing. Let's see if they've got any tags on that one. I believe that's just a regular severe thunderstorm warning. Yes, just regular severe thunderstorm warning. Well, let's make sure we get the sliver that's in Milam. Yes, so it's going to be like quarter-size type hail and winds up to 60 miles per hour. Now, on the bigger picture, so we've got some storms with our next system, a front coming in tomorrow, which is coming into the Panhandle. I think that, I'm not saying severe weather-wise it necessarily is more active tomorrow, but I think that the amount of people that see rain and storms is going to be much higher tomorrow. It's not going to be a hit or miss deal tomorrow. We're going to have area-wide rain and storms, some of which could be strong to severe. Then tomorrow, especially given we've got so many areas that are like 2 days in a row saturated from rain, I think the flood threat is going to be higher tomorrow as well. So let's zoom in. We'll keep an eye on this activity to our west. None of that like imminently is moving in, but basically, we've got a big line. I think this is all gelling into, basically a line of storms up here. And look, we'll do kind of the same thing we were doing yesterday. We'll see once this organizes how far down to the south can it go. Will there be rain and storms in Austin? So far today, it's been another one where they have all been north. It's been more widespread today, so it includes parts of the hill country and not just Williamson County, but we'll have to watch. We'll have to watch and see if that gels into a big line. I could see it getting more momentum and coming down to the south. So there is a severe thunderstorm watch. You can see that in the pink. This goes until 9 p.m. and this includes many of our KVU counties. What I want to do, and I'll be honest with you, we got caught up in doing the wall-to-wall coverage. I hadn't really been looking at the forecast part of it for the rest of this evening when you get into that nowcasting situation. So let's see what our models are doing. This is the latest run of the HER model, the high-res rapid refresh. We'll let this load in. So it's got a decent initialization, and it's showing some activity continues north, maybe a little bit of development south, and then that bigger complex to our southwest misses us. So I mean, is that possible? It's showing that mainly this stuff stays confined to just the northern tier of our KVU area and does not drop down into. Y'all are going to hear a bunch of dings. I apologize. I'm going to turn the ringer on my phone so I can get the alerts when they're issuing new warnings. But that would keep most of the activity just over the areas that are seeing it now. Let's switch over to the graph. So here's the high-res graph. Whoa. So it has initialized with more of a robust complex of storms. Wow. Then it, again, this straight up model data, I'm not saying this is what's going to happen. Then it generates a huge solid line of rain and storms coming into Austin and the I-35 corridor, then weakening as we get past midnight. So again, I would say the answer is probably somewhere between those two models. So the severe thunderstorm is continuing. Severe thunderstorm warning, that is continuing for the Burnett County storm. So we'll go back to that. And then what I also want to do, we'll look around at some sky cams here in a minute also. Jason Runyon at the National Weather Service is saying 3.09 inches of rain measured by the LCRA gauge so far in the east side of Lake Buchanan. David Alford, who we love here at KVU, who's a loyal viewer and soon-to-be meteorologist, a young weather expert, says he's got 3.42 inches of rain in his gauge in Tao. I want to show some cams though, so let's do this. Here is, all right, so this is Kalahari. Let's pan around. Let's see what we've got going on here. Okay, so we are looking, this would be northwest. So we're looking up towards darker skies north of Georgetown with the severe storm and the flooding producing storm. So this is not the same dramatic view. If you guys were watching us yesterday on KVU Plus, we were looking at these storms to the north with just dramatic lightning. It really was incredible. Not the same kind of display that we have today. We also have cam 20, which is our tower cam. So cam 20, here that is up in Westlake Hills, but this is like 2,000 feet in the air. So obviously you've got a vantage point where you can see off in the distance. Okay, so let's orient. So that's out 360. Now we're looking out more north, and it's a little just kind of hazy and murky outside. So again, it's just not quite as good of a view. But you can see as you go down south, so there's downtown. As you go down south, you get into clearer air, sunnier, clearer skies. And then as you start looking back north and northwest, we're looking into those storms. So we'll keep an eye on those views. No dramatic views like what we had at this point yesterday. So here is the radar again. We have 1, 2, 3. We've got this blossoming line of storms, but basically 3 cells that are severe. All 3 of them have a double threat now: hail and an increasing risk for flooding, just because these things have been so slow moving. I mean, when we were doing the tornado coverage earlier today, at one point, one of those tornado warned storms was moving at like 5 miles per hour. So these things are like nearly stationary. Again, do we want rain? Yes, this is just a lot of rain to have in a short period of time. And by the way, as you guys tune in here on KVU Plus or YouTube Live or however you are watching, we do not have comments turned on YouTube right now, but if you follow me on Twitter, or you don't even have to follow me, if you just send me a message or send a tweet at me, mention me, I'm happy to answer any questions. And also, we appreciate all the reports. Seeing some photos from the Buchanan Dam area of lots of hail on the ground. None of it looks like super big, but just a lot of hail on the ground. Some folks are asking about the situation in Williamson County. So let's focus here for our Williamson County friends. So here's our big storm. Let's see what the hail is looking like. So this is where the hail core is. Sun City again, 2 days in a row of hail for the Sun City area. I'm sure nobody asked for that. And we know like 2 weeks ago there was that crazy hailstorm, which is on the east and southeast side of Georgetown. But this is going to be like $quarter to $half size hail coming into Sun City. And this is going to approach the I-35 corridor if the hail core holds together. So it is producing hail. It's not like this is the type of hail that can ding up your car. So protect your vehicles if you haven't already done that. This is not like super high-end destructive hail though. And then we do have another hail core which is going up around Gerald, then stretching out east into the Bartlett area. So those are the 2 hail cores right there. I think, honestly, kind of as we continue to track these slow-moving storms for these areas, obviously the hail concern is going to continue, but this is evolving in some spots into a flood risk. These are the rainfall totals for these areas, which did see storms yesterday, but these are the totals just over the past couple of hours, which are in excess of 3.5 inches for some locations. But, so these are the totals, again, over the past few hours. When you factor in yesterday, you can see these numbers jump up considerably, and this is why we have the flood risk, and this is going to be something that we have to watch as we go through the day tomorrow, because we have more rain coming in. So I think tomorrow especially, we're probably going to have some flooding issues. We need runoff. We want stuff to run into the lakes, obviously, but this is the type of stuff that can be impactful and can be dangerous at times. So we just want to make sure everybody is aware of that. These are the storm reports today. Obviously, one of these is going to be the tornado report from up here right as the storm crossed into northern Burnett County near Ocala. So here the multiple chasers confirm a tornado on the ground. You can see up near Copper's Cove there was many reports of big hail. We've got a lot of these hail reports out here around Lake Buchanan. That must have been insane. Hopefully nobody was in this position, but just if you could have had a camera out there in the middle of the lake, just seeing those giant baseball-sized hailstones splashing down into the lake, that probably would have been remarkable. Now the heavy rain is shifting onto the east end of Lake Buchanan, and then stretching back towards the Burnett area and back towards Lake Victor. So here's the Highway 29 corridor. You can see here the northeastern side of Lake Buchanan, then out towards 281. Let's see what the hail core is doing in this cell right here. So we do have, it looks like, some hail which is trying to make a run at town now in Burnett. So make sure, again, you take your hail precautions. Do they have just a regular? Yeah, so that this is no longer a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. This is a severe thunderstorm warning severe thunderstorm located over Buchanan Dam and is nearly stationary. Ping pong ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. So quarter to up to ping pong ball size hail is what we are tracking with this storm. New flash flood warnings coming in southwest of our area down in Edwards and Uvalde counties. But that is not in our K-View area. Again, we do have, well, they upgraded the warning again, so there we go, considerable. Let me punch up the numbers, refresh that. 2-inch size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. It really has been amazing how these storms have pulsed up, pulsed down, but then recycled themselves. That tornado warning storm that we were covering did that same thing, where it came in, it produced a pretty large tornado near Ocala in northern Burnett County. And then it occluded, so it brought in the rain-cooled air, it wrapped in that cooler air, and it weakened, and the tornado lifted for like 5 minutes. And then the storm restructured, and we don't have reports of a touchdown yet in the Briggs area, but chasers were on it, and they said at least there was a low wall cloud on it. It wouldn't surprise me if it touched down in spots in the Briggs area. And then finally a bigger storm developed to its south and it fully cut it off. But just to see that storm, how resilient it was and how it was able to recycle and produce again and again, that was pretty impressive. And these hail cores have done the same thing, where they'll go up, it'll produce considerable or destructive hail, 2 inches or more in diameter. At one point, some of the stuff over Lake Buchanan was like grapefruit size hail. And then it will weaken, it will pulse down, the storm will reshuffle, recycle, and then the hail core will go up again. So it's not as easy as, okay, here's the storm, it's strengthening and it's weakening, and then we're done. It's not as easy as that today. Obviously, we try to find the trends, like which part of the life cycle is it going, but these have pulsed up and pulsed down, and that's what the storm continues to do here in the Burnett area, producing hail up to 2 inches or so in diameter. Where you see those brighter pinks or purples, that's where the hail is going to be largest. So here's a little section here just north of Highway 29. Then this section is mainly over the lake, but does go down to Peninsula Drive, Ranch Road 690. County Road 142 and Emerald Drive. So some of those areas, just again, all these roads and developments along the lake, just massive, massive hail, could be up to 2 inches or more in diameter, is falling there. The storm, basically stationary, but I would say if anything is drifting east, so I would say it's mainly like rain right now in Burnett, maybe some smaller hail, but any more easterly jogs, if the storm keeps pulsing up, that could bring some more considerable hail into more of like Burnett proper, and also towards the Lake Victor area. It is just dumping torrential rain. Wow. Okay, so we've got a new color showing up here on the radar estimated totals. 6.5 inches of rain. Wow. 7.8. I mean, just remarkable totals. I'm going to pull up the LCRA site. We'll see what the creeks and streams are doing as we go into the hydromet. So these areas immediately some of these videos immediately, excuse me, I'm reading text and looking at stuff. So these areas that are immediately east of Lake Buchanan obviously feed into our Highland Lake system. Let's do this actually. Let's back out the view. So I'll draw on the map for you. So from the lake out about like, so back to 281, so about like this, and then north, so these zones, and then obviously on this side, back out this way. So these zones feed into Lake Buchanan. When you start getting south of the lake, like down in this area, those areas are actually in the Lake Travis watershed. And some of the stuff immediately south of the lake goes into the system south of Lake Buchanan. So not necessarily all of this funnels immediately into the lake. My very artistic rendition of the watershed there shows you there from the lake basically north, and then it goes out east a little bit. Those areas do feed into Lake Buchanan. And then south of that, you get into areas that feed into the Lake Travis watershed. And I'm looking at the stream flow here. I'm not seeing anything. You know, a lot of times we watch, like we had a situation last year where we had heavy rain that fell like in Junction, and we watch it come through the system. This is literally just falling like directly onto the lake, so it's just run off directly into the lake. Burnett County Office of Emergency Managers, baseball size hail reported at the by the Sheriff's Office at 690 and County Road 114. Baseball size hail, just incredible. Okay, so that we spent some time out there in Burnett. Let's go back to Williamson County. Or stop me if you've heard this before. Sun City, Georgetown, and Granger. You've got a hailstorm which is moving in. Let's see what the hail tracker is showing right now. It's not as destructive as what we've seen with the Burnett County storm, but this is still, quarter to $half size type hail, which is just north of Lake Georgetown, and it's going east-southeast. So Sun City into northern sections of Georgetown, any of those areas from Georgetown north along I-35, and then into places like New Corn Hill, again, these same areas that we were talking about yesterday. You've got the risk for some hail here. And this storm is also producing tons of rain. These are the totals. We're also seeing some 3 to 5 inch type totals in these locations also. So that is the situation. I'm going to leave this up. I'm going to look through some messages real quick. Don't mind me. I'll just be silent over here in the corner of your screen. And then I want to see, we had some really like amazing tornado images sent in from the Ocala area. I want to see, if anybody has photos, please send them my way. You can do that on Facebook or Twitter or email, however you'd like. I'm not logged into my Facebook on this computer. Looks like we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning, which goes down to about Round Rock as this storm has finally gotten a little giddy up to it. It is going down to the southeast, so there's the new warning. So that will replace the old one, and that one will go until 8:30. All right, we are in. Going to see if we have any reports over here on Facebook. No additional images there. So look, we've got kind of two big storms going on right now, the Williamson County storm and the Burnett County storm. And then we've got a Milam County storm, and then all of these are kind of becoming interconnected, like a more solid segment of storms. And these are all producing a hail threat as well as a flood threat. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take a little bit of a breather here. I'm going to get you back to just the regular radar loop. I got to update some of our other digital stuff, and then I will be back here on the KVU Plus stream in just a little while. Again, Burnett County area. Well, now as this thing is lifting north, let me take a look at this real quick. This storm starting to get a little bit of that hook look to it. Here's our shear tracker, light shear. Here's velocity. Look, there's definitely some strong winds in there. We'll keep an eye on that. I am seeing some strong winds and some broad rotation. It's still mainly a hail risk, but we'll keep an eye on this storm. So I'm going to regroup here, take a little bit of a breather, and I will be back here in, give me like 15, 20 minutes, and we'll be right back here on the stream. I'll leave you with the looping radar in the meantime.